How's it going, everybody? Love the bells and violins in the soundtrack of this one. Definitely running through my mind last night. Hey, everybody. Austin Fuego, Ivy Blade, Chicken Man Phil, Tavqua, J-Guy, Mikey Soundtrack, thank you so much for the 4 months. Yagolio, Mythiel, everybody else. Hello. Need to tweak a few things before we get started, but I don't want to interrupt this opening jam. So good. And Goyo, thank you so much for that gifted sub. Good stuff. Tab out of this for a second. Obra Dinn does not support not play nicely with windowed mode, fortunately, so I can't tab out of it without breaking the audio for it. There we go. Face cam. Scroll up and say hi to everybody. Yeah, Zonard Stark. Time appropriate greetings, J Mitch. Sanguine Penguin. Happy to have you here. Let's see, anything else that I need to tweak before I pop back in here? I don't think so. Hey, Woat! Did you know that the members of this vessel had a hard time talking to one another? It was hard to hear over the sound, over the Obra Dinn. Hey, Flurp Freak and Arcad. Wanna wake the sleepy kitty. 21 fates solved out of the 60. Good stuff. So let's pop back into the vessel here. Oh, the other thing I wanted to mention, a quick note, we're playing on a different visual setting. I switched to the IBM 8503 monitor option. You have a couple, we were previously playing on this sharp black, oh, I do love the look of that, but this is very tough on the eyes after a couple of hours, for myself included. So as much as I really adore the way this looks, I'm going to try it on a little bit of a gentler tone with the IBM 8503 and the gray, and see if this is a little bit better in terms of the longevity of it. But let us take stock of what we're doing, where we are, and what the story of this is. I'm sure there's a few folks joining here who did not catch our first stream of this, and the very nature of this game means we benefit immensely from a recap anyway. So let us together revisit the story of the vessel Obra Dinn and her cursed voyage. We're here on behalf of Her Majesty the Queen to collect a full and complete insurance audit to determine exactly what befell the crew of this vessel on her unfortunate voyage to the Cape of Good Hope on the southern tip of Africa from her starting point of London, England. Now, the Obra Dinn was lost in 1812, I believe, and so, you know, compounded annually. The interest on any outstanding payments is a princely sum indeed, so we have been sent here to determine the cause of death and ultimate fate of each of the 60 crew members aboard the Obra Dinn. Unfortunately for the cursed crew, acts of foul, mystical beasts and weather phenomena both are not covered by their insurance policy. So anyone who perished for either of those reasons is going to be letting Her Majesty the Queen off the hook for quite a sum. We have a book detailing pretty much their book here. So we have an entire book, like over 100-page book here, that we're keeping with full details of the Obra Dinn and her journey. So again, we started it from London and made our way down past Spain, through by the Canary Islands, around Cape Verde, and attempted to get down to the southern tip of Africa, but it looks like she did not make it all the way. That was her intended destination, but she turned around somewhere around the Canaries, and I think potentially even attempted to sail back to England? Well, we have yet to determine what happened after this point. And it looks like we're missing a connecting journey. Yeah, we have chapter 7 and chapter 9, but there's an 8th step of the way here that is missing. Details being filled in as we discover them. We also have a map of the deck here, all 4 of her floors, the main deck, the gun deck, the orlop deck, which is a term I meant to look up, and the cargo hold at the bottom. Marked on these floor plans are the locations and indicated with arrows the ordering of each and every death that occurred on board this ship. There's quite a few, as you can see. Pretty much everybody who was on board this vessel ended up dead, and we're aiming to figure out who and when and how exactly each and every one of these deaths occurred. We have a couple of sketches of the crew here depicting pretty much everybody aboard. And our goal is to put a name to each and every one of these faces. Yeah, what a fun time they had together, indeed. Orlog is the bottom deck in a ship. Okay, that's a little recursive, I guess, in this case. Just means the bottom deck. Fair enough. In the wait, is there a glossary? Hold on. Glossary. Bosun. Oh. It means boatswain. Foreman in charge of general crew operations and the equipment required to sail the ship. Didn't realize we had this. Purser. Administrative official. Accounts for all cargo, value, and trade transaction. Manages a small item store for crew. Surgeon, carpenter. Steward. Servant to an officer or higher rated crew member, performing general duties for the comfort of their employer. Orlop deck, the mid deck above the lowest deck, containing storage, cabins, animal pens, and the ship's steering tiller. Cool. Bart Freak has a friend who is currently a bosun. So cool. Carrying the ship's guns. How many guns did this ship have, exactly? Guess we could go count them. But anyway, let us recount the deaths that we know of. Starting right at the very beginning of the journey, while loading cargo onto the deck, one of the seamen, Samuel Peters, was crushed by falling cargo. At the same time, a stowaway hiding in a barrel was also killed by the same accident. Both men perishing. I think the stowaway was never discovered, the body eventually decomposing inside the barrel aboard the ship. Past the coast of Spain, 3 more deaths occurred. One of the seamen aboard succumbed to some kind of lung disease while being treated by the ship's surgeon. And one of his compatriots, Renfred Rajab, also succumbed to a tragic illness of presumably the same nature. Around the same time, the crew slaughtered their cow in order to have some food, so I guess that counts as a death, and we weren't tracking it. Upon getting closer to the Canary Islands, Italian passenger Nunzio Pasqua was killed, murdered, by the second mate, Edward Nichols. We're not sure what the motivation for this murder was. This murder was then blamed on one of the Formosan passengers aboard, Hok Seng Lao, who was executed by firing squad at the order of the captain. The man wielding the killing gun was one of the seamen, Henry Brennan. We'll see his name pop up a few more times. Again, if you've got information relating to the story beyond the details that I've managed to pierce together, please do not share them at this time. That's a good one for the !spoilers channel of the Discord. Our goal here as Investigator is to revisit the memories of each of these deaths, which we do with our standard government issue Magic Pocket Watch compass. And we're able to use that to try to deduce the identity of all the different men and what they're doing and why. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Sometime after that, this guy, we don't know who, was murdered, or well, he was shot. Attempting to stop the lifeboat from leaving, I think. Because what happened shortly after this was pretty bad and resulted in quite a few deaths. Chapter 4. At some point, a group of around 8 individuals left the Obra Dinn in a pair of lifeboats, intending to reach the Canaries from the Obra Dinn. They were beset by creatures from the sea, throwing terrible spears, killing several of the rowing crew here. This man, whose name we have not yet determined, was speared by a terrible beast, as was the Irishman Patrick O'Hagan. Didn't put a cause of death for this guy, so we'll have to revisit this memory. A third individual perished shortly thereafter. This all occurred in the span of a couple of minutes. And another one of the Formosans, Bun Lan Lim, was strangled to death by one of the creatures as it came up upon her from the sea. They bore with them a chest containing a shell that glows with a mysterious aura. Itbengsia, the oldest of the Formosans, opened this chest, and from the chest burst forth a brilliant glare of magic and fire, causing this gentleman to burn to death. And luring, perhaps? We're not quite sure what the magic did to the sea creatures, but it wasn't good. The second mate, Edward Nichols, attempting to return to the vessel Obra Dinn, the only survivor of the outing, was shot as he was attempting to return to the vessel by the remaining Formosan crew member, who I imagine determined the fate of his compatriots and was unhappy with the outcome. Two of the other men aboard the boats disappeared. We did not see them die, and we do not yet know their names. But we will need to account for who they are and what happened. Now, if the ship had left it there, I think they would have deemed it a pretty tragic voyage already, but the troubles of the Obra Dinn were far from over. Passing the Canary Islands, the Obra Dinn was assaulted from the sea by terrible crab creatures, spiking the remaining Formosan, Chiltan. He was killed as they climbed aboard, as was this man of unknown name and rank. Beasts continued to climb aboard, and one man was struck dead by the tail of a beast as it was being hauled aboard on a fishing net, I think, or some kind of cargo net. This guy, we didn't identify his cause of death, but I can clearly see what happened to him. He was crushed by cargo as it was being moved, so we'll tell him. Crushed by falling cargo. I think that's cargo and not a cannon. As they were moving stuff around. Or passengers, yes, sorry, not crew members. There's an important distinction there. Shortly after that, this guy bled out. We're not actually sure what happened or how he died, but it had something to do with the beasts that were climbing aboard. Shortly after that, still not far from the Canary Islands, the troubles are not yet over. One of the top men in the rigging, label him as an unknown top man, was struck by lightning during a sea storm and perished. On the main deck, another one of the topmen was speared by a terrible beast as more crabmen climbed aboard. Marcus Gibbs, the carpenter's mate, on the gun deck was spiked by the crab thing. They can shoot spikes, as it turns out, and he ended up pinned to one of the walls of the ship. Two more men met their ends in the crab claws of one of the crabs, both decapitated by its fearsome pincers. We have yet to find names for them, but we could probably determine them if we sussed out enough details. On the orlop deck, Charles Herstick, the midshipman, burned to death when one of the other crew members, or one of the other men on board, threw a lantern of oil onto the crab creature that was invading, lighting them both ablaze. In the orlop deck, the butcher, Emilio Emil O'Farrell met a similar fate, being spiked to death by one of the crab creatures. And in the port walk, one of the men hiding in the small walk space on the outer edges of the deck was accidentally shot by somebody shooting at a crab creature. We have to put a name to him and identify the person wielding the gun at the time of his death for insurance purposes. A hideous monster died simultaneously with a brave but unfortunate soul. The carpenter Winston Smith was speared by a terrible beast as it was simultaneously struck down by someone else. And that was the last of the deaths from the crab creatures. But again, the world was not done with the Obra Dinn. And as it strayed further from the Canary Islands, things start to get real. On the main deck, Lars Lind, the seaman, was clubbed to death by Nathan Peters as they made for a lifeboat. This was in retribution, he claimed, for Lars's incompetence on loading the deck. That first death we saw aboard the vessel with a dropped cargo that resulted in a death was not forgotten, and Nathan Peters, the brother of the man who died, wanted some revenge, so he took it. Then things got pretty interesting. The artist, Edward Spratt, at the very front of the ship, while relieving himself, was crushed to death by a odd weather phenomenon. It would be the first of many, as the weather phenomenon started to appear on the gun deck. While trying to load the cannon to shoot at the weather, this man was crushed to death by a giant column of water with tentacle suckers on it. And two more men aboard were ended simultaneously as one of them got shot by a cannon, and I think the other was probably crushed to death. We'll have to revisit this man's death and see if we can determine the cause for insurance purposes. At this moment, the ship is rocking back and forth, and things are flying everywhere. This unknown man ends up crushed by a cannon. And on the main deck, in an attempt to kill the weather phenomenon, an explosion occurs, which resulted in the death of this man, whose name we do not know. And then this tattooed individual, who we've seen quite a few times throughout the Obra Dinn's journey, he stands out pretty well. He was torn apart, I think torn in half, by that weather phenomenon. And shortly after that, the captain's wife, Abigail, was crushed by falling rigging related to the weather. 7 additional people disappeared during this time. Here are their faces. We do not know their names or fates as of yet. Chapter 7 will remain unknown until you leave the ship and return the book to me. That's what we're up to next, probably. The Lazarette. So something happened. We don't know what. Shortly after that, the bosun Alfred Klestel was torn apart by a weather phenomenon. And then there were some more disputes about the evacuation from the boat. The first mate Stewart was stabbed by one of the men fleeing the ship and perished from his sword wounds. Somebody else was shot, attempting to stop people or join people that were joining the escape. This individual was shot with a gun. I'm gonna have to revisit some of these memories, as I don't really remember, don't have a lot of the details here. On the aft deck, Henry Brennan was on a rampage, and he clubbed one of the officers, looks like. Rank this guy an unknown officer. We can suss out some of the details here. This guy got knifed. 4 more people disappeared. At the very end, the captain made a brave last stand. It seems there was a mutiny aboard. And Captain Robert Witterell shot 1 man. Knifed the seaman Henry Brennan. Clubbed a 3rd man to death. And then took his own life in his cabin next to the body of his wife. Meeting a tragic end to it all. So that's the last of the deaths aboard the Obra Dinn. The captain takes his own life, I think the only remaining soul aboard at the time. Our goal is to revisit this story, piece together the details, faces, and names of all the individuals, and then return the book to the tax people with our findings. So, where do we have details that we can elaborate on? We are able to identify the names and fates of the individuals pretty much at every time, and that goes in handwriting. When we have the correct information on 3 individuals and their fates, those will get permanently entered into the book in typeface and validated as correct. We did read the introduction, I think, at some point. Where's the intro? I trust that you now find yourself aboard the Obra Dinn. I expected this day to come, and my every intention was to tell the ship's strange tale within the pages of this book. Regrettably, failing health has allowed me to produce only the basic outline that follows. Your presence on the Obra Dinn is critical. I leave the discovery of its fate and the completion of this book in your hands. The next few pages will seem bewildering at first, but all will make sense in time. Use the trouser timepiece to determine the identity and fate of everyone aboard. Complete each chapter accurately and return the book by guaranteed post to the French Office of Affairs in Morocco. The bargain chapter will remain unknown to you. I possess the details within, but have elected to keep them private for now. With love, Henry Evans. Why do you sound like that? Alright, so exactly what happened to Samuel Peters. There are 2 others who speak Russian during Syed's death, but so many people present. We could maybe name a couple of the dockhands. I keep using titles that are completely wrong when I talk about people, by the way. So this guy was shot by someone. We should revisit this one first. Chapter 3, Part 3, because we might now, having read Chapter 4, we know who was leaving and what they were doing. We can probably identify who killed this guy. So let's revisit first this memory and see if we can put together a few more details about this guy. Corpses moved post-mortem. Gun deck over here. Oh, that's right. The leg hanging outside the gun deck. So the locations of each death aboard the Obra Dinn here are visible to us, and we can investigate further with our standard government issue magic pocket watch. This is even like a brighter color makes this weirder in a sense when we're exploring. Definitely a harsh graphical style. Love the ambiance.
On your toes.
Go back!
Here.
Captain!
Slack the lifts and lower the boats. The whole crew will be on us.
Give it up!
Final moments of this man. Shot by... Ah, we know this man. Yes. Edward Nichols. Don't identify him without the hat. Second mate Edward Nichols. So you were shot with the gun by second mate Edward Nichols. Good. That gives us another critical piece of the fate of the crew of Obra Dinn. When we first visited this scene, we did not know the name and face of this individual, but we've become much more familiar with him and his ill-fated journey off the Obra Dinn. He was at the time taking this lady Bun Lan Lim hostage, it looks like, holding her in front of him for protection, while this guy, Patrick O'Hagan, looked on, who we now also have a name for. Meanwhile, the other boat was being loaded with these fellows. Guy, whose name and face we do not know. The Formosan royalty, Itbengsia, ended up burned later, and this fellow, whose name and fate we also did not adequately investigate. Okay, I don't know that we can determine a lot more here. Who are you? Got clubbed in the leg during this experience. We don't know who he is, but he looks Russian. Like some other people were involved here. Lars Lind. Yeah, clubbed by Mr. Peters. This guy ended up exploded later. Interesting. Interesting. Do I have any clue as to who this was? Other than that. So all he says, indicated in the logbook, we get the X indicating the words being spoken by the man who died. All we know is that this guy told them to give it up. Do not know of him. What other scenes does he appear in? Look. Lost him. Two memories. First appeared in this memory on the gun deck with all the other crew. He was there with everybody else. Not a lot of information, so we don't know much about him. But we could deduce his name using the validation. The end goal here, Merle, is... if you're meaning in this specific memory, I think we've already accomplished it. But the end goal of the game is to name the fates of each and every one of the crew aboard the Obra Dinn by visiting the memories of the deaths of everyone who died. We get to look at a time-still moment of each death and a little bit of what happened immediately beforehand, which gives us some hints as to what happened here. You. We don't know who you are. They're one of the crew that left. Okay, so I think I've had my fill here. What other details can we try to fill in? Don't know this man's name, but he was speared by a terrible beast. I don't remember how this guy died, so we should probably go back here. It's all accessible only through another corpse. Gotta get there. How do I leave this place? My current question. No. Go through any of the doors in the memory, right? Well, there's the door to leave. Creepy. Didn't mean to do that. How do I get through the... Get back to the Chapter 4 experience? Ah, yes, we have to go to the main deck. That's right, okay. Excuse me.
As captain of this ship, and by the authority of the East India Company, and thus the Crown of England, I sentence you to death by firing line.
Excuse me. Yes, we have to use these corpses on deck here. So, here's the moment that the chest was open. And the magic burst forth, seemingly summoning more of these terrible beasts. Or perhaps killing them. Unclear what is happening aboard, but we're looking for the fate of... Ben. Be you. Yes, you. How did you die? You can see his corpse here, which actually gives us some indication. Looks like he's got a spike in him. Wait a minute. That's not a spike at all. That's a knife. He was stabbed. So somebody else aboard the ship killed him. We're knifed by an unknown attacker. Presumably you. But let's look at the moment of his death. See if we can determine exactly who caused it.
You're still breathing? Can you roll? Nichols, sir, shoot them for God's sake!
Yes, it was, there he is being stabbed. I actually didn't see the knife in this man's hand the first time that we were here. But it was Itbeng Sia who knifed him. Excellent. Still don't know his name, though. But that's another one that we can suss out using the validation process. Alright, who else do we lack information on? Don't know that guy's name. We don't know who these two are. Let's see, they're here, right? Yes. Here's one of them. I go ahead and guess. Wait, actually. Oh yeah, look at that. He's being pulled under. We know exactly what happened to him because we can see his last moment here. He gets grabbed and pulled off the boat. So he almost assuredly drowned by a terrible beast. See if we can find the other one. That's Nichols hiding. And I already don't see this other guy. Let us visit an earlier death in this chapter and see if we can find him. So looking at the pocket watch, we see the entry here. This tells me this was the first death in this chapter. Let's go here. Get a slightly earlier view of this moment during the attack on the two ships.
Keep course due east. You'll reach the Canaries in 3 days. You packed enough stores?
Aye, sir. Checked and loaded them myself.
There he is.
Stay quiet and
So he's
alert.
rowing.
If the wind picks up, we've no chance against the Obra Dinn.
休假，你玩错不？
我冇问题，但是依你希望绝對未能去浪費最低。
When O'Hagan gets speared. Actually, not O'Hagan. That individual, whose name we don't know. So I need to go to a slightly later death scene, which means I actually have to go out and back. None of the corpses were there yet. Haken was speared, you were speared. We already looked at this moment and this guy's gone, so let's see if we can see any hint of him here. In fact, we see if he shows up. Yes, he's visible in that scene, so that's the last time we see him. So that's what we want. This guy's death. This guy's death.
Keep rowing!
你咩過嚟啊？邊隻？
Where is it? There, something there.
I see it!
Give us a
Oh yeah, here he is. There he goes.
Row, you fools!
Also being pulled over by one of the mermaids, so we also know that he was drowned by a terrible beast. Cool. We do still need to figure out their names. That part will be a little harder, but as we process of eliminate, we'll get closer and closer to answers there. Alright, so we have cause of death for two people, more entries into the logbooks. Perfect. Information. I put this guy's name in. Unknown. Guy's name. Guy crushed by falling cargo. Guy bled out and we don't know what happened to him. Tommen was electrocuted. Two unknown men were killed. Alright, let's see if we can find some unidentified people with easier ratings on them. What happened? So each photograph has a number of triangles above it. That indicates how difficult it is to determine who they are. Looking for star. Okay. Looks like we've already determined the fates of everybody with a 1 pip rating. Guy's been around a lot. Figure out where to go next. It was a 1-star in the last chapter. Ah, yes. Paul Moss, but we don't know who killed him. Or do we? Might know now. Well, let's start here, I suppose. For 9, part 2. Yes, that. All the clues are going to be the same. This is very much a puzzle game that's a one-time experience.
Let them go!
Blam! Oh, that's right, one of the women who escaped got this guy. That would make it relatively easy. Oh wait, no, I'm looking at the wrong guy. 8 part 3. We want to figure out who killed you.
Last one. Move quick.
You'll not take the last one!
Unknown soul. Shot with a gun by an unknown attacker. So he's the one who killed Paul here. The first mate's steward, Paul Moss. Wait a minute, do we have the first mate identified? No, I don't. Because that's the other place we can start looking is... If we start with the ranks of the crew members, there's several important people. We have not identified William Hoskett, the first mate. We have not identified the third and fourth mate or their stewards either. And I think these would be some important things to start nailing down. So let's start here. The first mate. We know the first mate's steward, so we also know memories where the first mate's this man appeared. Oh, interesting. That first man crushed by the artist that got crushed by the tentacle. This is our first sighting of the weather phenomenon. Let's take a look at that moment. The pull from the woman might show some familiarity. I actually haven't looked at the... How many women were aboard? I can determine that very easily. They would all have to be passengers, right? Emily Jackson and Miss Jane Bird. If there were only two, that does narrow it down a lot. Oh wait, there was also... Well, Abigail, the captain's wife, but we know her. And yes, all the women are passengers. Not surprising. That does indeed narrow it down immensely here. There was also, Hoxing Lao. Or, no, excuse me. Bun Lan Lim. The Formosan passenger, but she's not one of the... We know that wasn't her, too. So there are indeed only two possible female passengers, so we can definitely get close with some guesswork there. We don't need to guess, that's not surprising, but guessing... When guessing is going to save me a lot of effort, I'm probably going to do it. But first... I want to take a look at this scene with the artist here. I'm going to be putting some entries in the logbook really shortly. So, this man, the artist of the ship, gets crushed. We have some other people in the vicinity here. Here's the first mate's steward. Looks like other men were really peacefully doing their thing. This guy. And I'm guessing his steward. Unknown soul. So can I label you as a steward? Yes, an unknown steward. Captain's steward. First mate's steward, second mate's steward, third mate's steward, and fourth mate's steward. Two. They're pictured. Guy looks like he was a steward too. Stewardy. So have not identified this as the first, second, or third mate. So we have quite a bit of information here. Not quite sure who the officers were. I'd go ahead and guess that this is the first mate. But the... Could well be he's the third or second. This is where a little bit more knowledge of British ship stuff would be helpful. Good guess, Cycle. Very good guess. Let's suss out this guy's identity here. Already identified the doctor of the ship, right? There's the bosun and the bosun's mate, surgeon and the surgeon's mate. What happened to Henry Evans, the surgeon? Disappeared during the escape. Got so many options that I'm struggling to pick one to investigate further. Is where I am currently at. Too many details to keep in one's mind at the same time. We need to start narrowing things down where we can get definitive information. We have already finished all the 1-stars, pretty much. There's one remaining, but we can't name him without identifying a 3-star. Or we can't name his fate without identifying a 3-star. Failey says, you know somebody who knew a lot of naval history and managed to find out many people just from out-of-game knowledge. Yeah, where people were on the ship, what they were doing, that tells you a lot about their role and therefore allows you to suss out quite a bit of their identity. Alright, I guess let's start at the beginning. The only thing that makes sense. You. Okay, there were 3 Indian crew members. That'll help me narrow it down that much. Guy. Oh yeah, this is the guy we just killed, right? Known officer was clubbed by Henry Brennan. Happen. On the deck, when he was doing exactly what he's pictured doing on the deck. Or, during the execution. Cressens, thank you so much for continuing that gifted sub from Stocks the Dane. Heckin' appreciated. Alright, I think it's time to start at the beginning here. See if we can't... Our primary focus the first time we looked at a lot of these scenes was the deceased. What happened to them, and who did it to them. Now, our question becomes, who else is visible in the scene, and what can we glean about them from that? Start at the bottom by the cargo hold.
Wait! No!
Brunch. So we should know... Get a little closer. We should know who is hoisting this now. We identified the dead man. Loading cargo. Suleiman Syed, seaman. Loading. This was Boxing Lao, seemingly guarding the door here, the Formosans. Guy. Disappeared during the doom. Label him as an unknown seaman. That is what I believe he is. higher than this. No, we're allowed to investigate further, although we can see faces looking down from above. There doesn't seem to be a whole lot of information. Also an unknown seaman, I believe. Possibly one of the Russians. Here's in Loose Cargo Part 1 and Part 2. Bitter Gold Part 1. Name to you. Right, that's Solomon. Okay. I don't think we get a lot of view of anybody else here. Your stinky barrel out of the way, sir. You are in the way. This is... That's Lars. Okay, that's the one who caused the spill. There were several onlookers. Oh, I can see that this guy's here. I can see that Henry Brennan is here, doing his work. Carrying a barrel as well. Thing. Yes, yes, making guesses based on accents and nationalities. Languages spoken is absolutely helpful, and we've identified quite a few people using hints to that effect. Rascally Brennan is indeed everywhere. In the surgeon's warlop deck. Where we go next? Grab murder. Okay. Yes. This is part 2, not actually the one I wanted, but I'll take it.
Well, same as the other fellow. Some lung disease, not consumption. Made worse by the cold.
Will it spread?
If so, we'd all have it. They must have picked it up in the last months. I checked all hands just now, and everyone's healthy.
This was Renfred Rajab, Seaman.
What are his chances?
I gave him some.
We're speaking to this guy. See him a lot. He's an officer of some importance, and he's conversing with the ship doctor. Also, this man. Seems to be relaxing here. Who are you? Here, what else do you appear in, sir? Ugh. Navigating the book is confusing to me sometimes. Part 2 and 3. Only Captives Part 4. Bookmarked People. Mark you. So if we look at the passenger manifest, yeah. Let's see, there was a surgeon's mate, James Wallace of England. We have not identified the surgeon's mate, but this might be him since he's here with the surgeon. Let's see if we see them together again. I think that would be confirmation that this man is surgeon's mate. And you, pictured here without your fancy hat. Let's get you again. Yeah, you've got a very similar hat to the second mate. And then so does this guy. So I think these are the, respectively, the four mates of the captain. These three have the same hat. Means they pretty much have the same rank. But we're not sure who is which. This could also be this guy's steward, maybe. There's a monkey here we've seen a couple of times. You are... Unknown Seaman. And you are... Unknown Seaman as well. We're investigating the body of the other one. Anybody in the walk? Hang it out.
Saya tu tahu. Aku terpilih.
Ah. So, we hear Russian dialogue from these guys. At least two of these three men are Russian. How many Russian crew did we have aboard? Alarkus Nikishin, Alexei Toporov, and Leonid Volkov. Top man. So 2 seaman and 1 top man are all Russian. I don't know if that's all 3 of them here at the table, or if the 2 Russians are playing something else. Oh, I think I know how I could figure that out too, actually. Because there's a scene with the lightning, and we see the men who are up top. So we're looking for, if these 3 men be all 3 Russians, then one of these 3 men, this bearded man, this guy with a gun, and this mustachioed individual will appear on that scene. In fact, we can do that without even visiting the scene. I can figure out where that lightning death was. Got electrocuted. Unknown top man was electrocuted. 15 others were present. Well, There were a bunch of people on the deck below. Doesn't tell me that much. Although, this guy was here. I think that makes you the Russian top man. Because those other 2 Russians that we're looking at aren't there. Yeah. Not present during that scene is this guy. You were there. You were not there, right? He's not there. Okay, so that makes you, I think, the Russian top man. Leonid Volkov, I think. We don't know who shot him. He was shot by some of the people escaping. But he was shot by one of the women, I believe. Wielding a rifle. Well, that makes these other two, the two Russian Seamans. An unknown seaman. He was drowned by a terrible beast. And you were also drowned by a terrible beast. So we can get them both at the same time with a simple attempt at 2 here. We know your fate. Or do we so we just need to determine the definitive fate of any one other person on the ship here. Let's see if we have anybody whose entry we're quite confident in. Doesn't look like it. We know he was killed by one of the women. Get this in like 3. If there's any other information we can have here. Unknown seaman. Also seem concerned with, so he's got a kind of Middle Eastern looking attire here. You guys were from Syed. From India. Probably one of the other Indian crew. Abraham Akbar or William Wasim. And that must then be these two. Because they are the only two. They've got that attire. And they're the only two unaccounted for Indian crew. This is the other one who died of illness. So they're the 2 sick Indian crew in the bunks and the 2 healthy Indian crew attending to them. Since we know the fates of both of these men, they were both horribly drowned. Let's assign a name to each. And then do the same for the Russians, whose fate we knew. Okay, that tells us the other two probably weren't correct. Let's swap their names and try that again. Seam. Steward. Oh, that name could... Ah, there we go. And get some names locked in. Wouldn't call that one too much of a brute force screener. When we narrow it down to 2 or 3 possibilities, it just makes sense to me to try all possible combinations once you've got it down into the single digits or so. figure out what's going on. You could challenge yourself to only make moves you have absolute certainty in. That'd be an interesting way to get through. So therefore we can deduce that you're the other Russian crew member. Alexei Toporov. Drowned by a terrible beast, and we're quite certain of that. We are quite certain of that. We're close to being able to brute force another thing, but I'll try not to rely on that too heavily. You as an unknown steward as well. I think that's what you are. Okay, what else was I trying to figure out here? So we now know all of the names and fates of the Indian crew. We don't know the... Yeah, so he died first, and the doctor didn't get involved until after that. Let's take a look at the cow. See if we can determine any information from that scene. That was next, chronologically.
Take him to the cockpit. Get him wrapped and keep him left right.
Hit her here. One swing. Get through the skull in stone or brain. I'll cut her throat when you've done it. Here?
That must be the butcher talking, then.
Come on before she kicks
I think that's how we identified him. Was this scene.
You alright there, sir?
Never been on a farm, Chuck.
Mind your shoes now.
So that guy gets named during the slaughtering of the cow. Yes, this is the butcher. Emil O'Farrell, who ended up spiked by a terrible beast. Depicted alongside is this unknown soul. Two unknown souls. And the midshipman Charles Herstick. Their transcript of this. Ever been on a farm, Charlie? And see a whole lot of information. Maybe a brief glimpse of an accent. If we could determine who was saying which line, that might give us a bit more information. But I don't really know who these people are. Yeah, the origin of the butcher, whose identity we already know. Sure. Yeah, he's Irish. The butcher had no butcher's mate. Thomas Sefton Cook. English. We have not identified Thomas Cook. But we would probably find him doing mundane things somewhere. Ah, yes, we have some more people here. You? You? Know full what'll happen to you. Meanwhile, this guy is being dragged up by his compatriots. And the doctor is looking on. Surgeon. They carry the body up. You appear again. I think you're the surgeon's mate. Based on this, I think he's the surgeon's mate. So that's two fates I'm reasonably certain about. Okay, what's the next in the list here? Cow slaughtered. I got murdered. Figured that out, though. Execution here. I don't feel like that's going to tell me a lot. This dude got shot by a gun. So we could brute force this guy's identity right now if we wanted to, probably. But I suppose I'll try to avoid doing that. Likewise, we could brute force this guy's identity. All happened off the ship. Two people got drowned. Others were present. Interested in this man. At the glossary real quick. Reports and assist their superior. General mates help to run the ship and serve at the captain's request. Tradesmen's mates serve their superior. Helmsman? I think I've identified the helmsman yet. Bulls. Gunner, gunner's mate, the purser, Duncan Mackay of Scotsland, Finlay Dalton, the English helmsman. And the gunner and gunner's mate we've also not identified. Christian Wolf and Oles Yatter, Austrian and Polish gunnery specialists aboard the ship. I like to identify this man. There's a 9 memories. First overlooking the death in the surgeon's room. Wanted to bookmark his memories. All of them. He was up top. The execution. He was around during the doom. Mostly involved in the thick of it, from what we can see. Let's start with unholy captives. 5. Start here. Up top. Yeah, these two died at the same time. Okay.
What the hell is going on? What do you know about these things? About the chest and your dead friends?
这是虾米？回来，全部供出来。
拢是恁害啦！迄个害得较比人无顾好，是谁人冤死的啊？
He talk about a shell. Very dangerous.
Shell? What shell?
So that was the voice of our captain, asking about the shell. When spikes flew, and these two men died. One of the Formosans, the last one alive at the time, the others were already dead. And this guy who is holding him. Topman is here. Oh yeah, you're definitely the surgeon's mate. Got the doctor bag and everything? Oh, those three. Here's the surgeon. Okay, so I'm quite confident in our identification of the surgeon's mate. Who are you? You're the bosun. Wait, what was the bosun? The boatswain. General crew operations and the equipment required to sail the ship. Guy looks like some kind of topman. And then we're turning the thingamajig. Oh, is that... perhaps our helmsman, Finley Dalton? Take a guess. He's a 1-star. Does not look like that's a correct... does not seem like that's a correct guess. Wait, the helmsman would be... where else? No, at the helm of the ship. Alright, so if you're not the helmsman, then you must be the first mate, right? Yes. And we had the surgeon's mate correct as well. 3 more fates sealed. Good. And you are also here, sir. So this must be either Martin Perrott or John Davies, the 3rd or 4th mate. I have to imagine. Known man. You are also some unknown seaman. No idea who you are. Well, turning the wheel. They're topmans or... and Lars. Regular sea guys. People who would be crushed by beasts later on. Okay, do we have other information that we might be able to glean from here? Recovering the chest, which did not go very well. So as soon as we retrieved it, bad things started happening. Okay. So now that we've identified space, mate Willie killed Captain. Completely lost the plot. Us leave this memory and take another look at what was going on when the crabmen attacked. Perhaps we can identify the ship gunner a little bit lower on the deck. Five. So it's the voice of the captain speaking.
What's your foot in?
Recognizing voices could be one way to get hints in this. I don't think I have the capacity to do that.
Solid meal, boys. Have them now.
Oh!
Take it slow.
One sec, gentlemen. There's a free shell here. Let's have a look.
No, get back.
Ah! Look at that, he's got a cooking tin in his hand. I didn't catch this the first time, but this man is attempting to get at the fish, offering to cook everybody a meal. That would make him the cook. Thomas Sefton. Struck dead by a beast's tail. For you. Indication. And you look like a steward. That was Zungi Sathi, based on his appearance. The stewards all seem like they have this coat tail-like appearance to them. He's a midshipman. Charles Heshtick. Well, never mind then. Must be midshipman over here. Yeah, I'm going to identify these guys as unknown midshipmens. There are only two of them, Peter Milroy and Thomas Lank. Guy got knifed by somebody unknown? Oh, during Escape Part 6. Okay. We'll have to visit his death. But we can deduce their two identities pretty easily, I think, especially now that we've identified the cook. If that be what they are. Seem camaraderie-wise, and they've got all their tails in order. So these are the two ladies. Didn't die. Who that guy is. Right, any other clues we can deduce from this scene here? About anybody that's here. Siemens carrying this. Nathan Peters, we don't know what happened to him. Call this guy an unknown man. Guys have labeled as stewards. Oh. Based on... wait, we don't know who this is yet. This will be the steward to whoever this guy is, almost assuredly, based on their location in the painting here. We don't know who this officer is. And there's a bunch of people up top, too. Let's see what's going on here. This guy. Oh. That's what that hat is, right? You must be the helmsman, Finley Dalton. I strongly suspect that's true. Only I knew what a helmsman's hat looked like. And here we're having a discussion between the captain and our first mate. Probably the third mate. Although this guy could be the fourth mate. Not sure. He's either the third or the fourth. I don't know how to suss it out between those two yet. Lots of people loading and unloading stuff. Chest, that cursed chest off the boat. Killer old surgeon and his accomplice. None other than Henry Brennan. The bosun. And this unknown lad. Yeah, I think that's all we have to look at here. Hey, No Life King, I'm doing great today. Happy to be here for some Return of the Obra Dinn. Going a little slower than expected, but I'm enjoying taking my time. I could absolutely be wrong about the pointy hat. Or the navigating hat. And that could be the... What other jobs might have fancy hats? Probably not the purser. I think the ship's steward. And topman. Wayne, surgeon. I don't think so. Alright, so we want more of Chapter 5. Crushed. This guy got crushed by falling cargo. Guess we'll revisit this. What's this one? Does not seem like a lot of information there, but... Oh yeah, this is how we identified the carpenter, actually, was this scene. I remember now. Because they were in their carpenter room, doing carpenter things. Heck are you two? Guy has the look of an accountant. I don't know if that means he is the accountant, but, you know. I was to go pointing fingers at who I thought accountants were. He'd be first on the list with that tie. Oh, the artist was here. We don't actually see this guy very much. And because he created the sketch, we've never seen his face other than in his death scene. That's cool. Looks like a nerd! He is a nerd. Or got crushed. On spare. So a helmsman's going to be the man who steers the ship and does some navigation jobs. Not the job of the captain, as one might kind of naturally expect. The captain decides where we're going, and the helmsman makes it happen, basically. So this guy. That's right. Oh yeah, this will be an important scene. That's stairs to the cargo hold on the other end of the ship. Yeah, is he steering the thing in the photo? No, I've never actually looked. Aha! First appeared in the Doom. Disappeared. Gonna have to visit that. But first, I believe I was going through chapter 5. This scene.
Keep pressure here.
Pop him down. What madness is this? 20 years my steward, and never a doubt on your sanity. Explain yourself.
Oh, of course.
Guilty beasts carry a curse. Throw them back or doom us all.
20 years my steward.
Tie him up and put him in the lamprey with those things.
Aha!
Yet find his senses.
We know the voice now. This must be Philip Dahl, the captain's steward. We hear the captain's voice scolding his steward and ordering him taken away here. Right? "20 years, my steward, and never a doubt on your sanity. Explain yourself. The ungodly beasts carry a curse. Throw them back, or doom us all. Tie him up and put him in the lazarette with those things. He may yet find his senses." So this is the captain's steward, then. Cool. We're speaking to this guy, who we've seen many times, but, we're spoken to, and we saw somebody somebody is named John here. Ray Evans. For you. Who is named John? John Naples. Seaman from Wales. Or John Davies, the fourth mate. Are either of those officers present here? William Hoskett, the first mate. This guy... I actually don't know who this man is. Or what happened to him. Okay, so since neither the... Oh, hold on. Aha! More going on here. We have quite a bit to look at, in fact. All's fine, John. Been in worse spots, I think. Where's the rest of his leg? Okay, so that is the voices down here. One here is named John. And you are James Wallace. You are Henry Evans. Captain's not named John, right? Robert. It's Captain Stuart Philip Dahl. Unknown Seaman. You know what? Thank you so much for the Prime sub and the 9 months. So, people that could be named John, this guy, who I thought is a steward, but might not be. Because there are no stewards named John. There is only John Naples, the Welsh seaman, who I'm expecting might be this guy. Or it could even be the man without a leg. Well, you wouldn't say all's fine, John, moments before he dies, so I don't know. I don't feel confident labeling anybody John here based on this, but let's see what else we've got going on here. Have this man who I've labeled as the helmsman, who may not be the helmsman, and the artist, as well as the butcher. Meanwhile, one of the officers is overseeing the chest coming down, carried by several of the crew. Guy just died. That's the guy who got crushed. Carpenter and his mate are here with the stretcher for the guy who just previously died. What else are you in? Steward is here. Interesting. We find... Let's see, where else do you show up? So he's visible in part 3, moments earlier. Okay. Let's see if we can follow this guy's journey and figure out exactly what happened to him, because he's visible in the other parts of this chapter. This man. So let us find him again. See if we might gain more clues to his identity. And yeah, that might be that they were calling that injured man John. Alright, so he's supposedly here. This was mere moments ago. They were getting a stretcher. So if he's visible here somewhere, what was he doing? Here he is. Completely normal. And fine, not 10 moments earlier. That was part 3. So quite a lot happened. Interesting. There's no evidence of what injured him. Completely fine. Watching for the cargo. We're watching. Okay. Personally, I don't feel like that taught me anything about what happened to that guy. But his leg sure seemed mauled. So we're gonna assume... he was... all that torn apart? I don't think so. Clawed, clubbed, crushed, decapitated, drowned, eaten, electrocuted, exploded, fell, rose, illness, knifed, poisoned, shot, speared, spiked, strangled, struck, suicide, or torn apart. We'll label him as being torn apart. I don't know if that's right. But he lost a limb there, and it did not go well for him. Okay. Slowly piecing together some information here. Take a look at that Topman scene. All that lightning. Blam. This guy gets zappified by lightning. And we can see that the crab people are actually climbing aboard at this very moment. This is the first indication that anything's wrong. We've got the crew on deck trying to haul up the sails here. Josuke, thank you so much for the full year of support. You, Topman. The Topmen were Chinese. There's a Scottish, and Omidgul a Persian. China, New Guinea, and England. probably a Persian. Let's mark him as an unknown topman for now. Wise you. And Volkov. Oh, this is one of the topmen too. Loved by Captain Robert Witterell. Way to go. This is one of the Chinese topmen. Ah, this guy is also a top man. I wonder if that's Timothy. Maybe he's New Guinea-ish. Definitely got some interesting tattoos that might place his origin. Glad to hear this is easier on the eyes. It's feeling easier on the eyes for me, too. He was top man. Top man. How many top men do we see here? 1, 2. Sneaky one in there. 2, 3. 4, 5. 6. 7. They're also one of the Chinese ones. So this would be a good guy to brute force if we were inclined to brute force things. That'd be good stuff. So we're missing one, right? There are 8 top men in the ledger. Or did I count wrongly? Topmen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, 8 topmen. But Nicholas Botterill was killed earlier, yes? Perished in Soldiers of the Sea Part 2. This is Soldiers of the Sea Part 1. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, 10. Excuse me. Yeah, there are 10. Excuse me. 4 Chinese. 1 New Guinea. 1 Scottish, 1 Persian. 1 Russian. 1 English. I think this tattooed man is either Abba, the New Guinea-ish man. That's not how you call them, but he stands out very distinctly. And these tattoos definitely remind me of that part of the world. The islands of the Pacific. So that might be him. I'm going to tentatively guess that that's who this is. Abba was torn apart by a terrible beast. First appears in... Oh. Here. They must have been getting onto the boat already. Take another look at that moment as well. Right, but I don't see anybody else. Let's take a close look. See if we can figure out Who's who? See somebody there, but we're not sure who they are. Other lads up here. Doesn't appear so. Okay. And immediately after that... Okay, so a lot of people died in quick succession here. What is that? So, Lars gets clubbed. Artist gets crushed. Abraham Akbar gets crushed. This lightning happened here. This top man got speared. Oh yeah, that's Nicholas. Yes, we did identify Nicholas. Nicholas Botterill. He got speared shortly after the lightning scene that we just saw. Seaman. Label this guy as an unknown seaman. That is what I believe. He was not up top, so he's not a top man like I thought he might be. Carpenter's mate was spiked. Surgeon's mate was decapitated along with this guy. You don't know. This unknown top man got decapitated. Shipman burned to death. The butcher was spiked. Steward was shot by a gun with by an unknown attacker. Let's see if we can figure out who shot this guy. That's the death in the lock. Tackles Ma, thank you so much for the 4 months. 80% of 50% of 1 metric year? Huzzah! Sinyan, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the 2 months. So that was the captain telling somebody to shoot. That is First Mate William Hoskett with a gun there. Let's see. There's the firing man. Am I not allowed to look at his face? It'd be really annoying if I... Oh yeah. Butcher got spiked. And then this guy got shot. And then the carpenter was speared. Down. So we want this one. Butcher's death. Oh yeah, we can... That's right, we can look at the other people present here. Great suggestion, actually. 11 others were present. So let's have a look through the port again. And see who's here and what they were doing. All we can see is that it's a bald man not wearing a shirt. Let's look for bald men. We can actually... Oh, okay. Hey, actually, that's actually really good information. We were told that one of the top men is Persian. What kind of swords do you think Persians own? That definitely looks like a Persian sword to me. Scimitar type device. And I think that's the confirmation we needed to identify this guy as the Persian top man. Omid Gul. Yeah, that's definitely identifying. I like that he just has that. So that probably means... Other dude did it. It's deeply unfortunate, because I don't know who that is. This guy. This unknown seaman. I have no idea who he is. Might be a process of elimination kind of thing. Yeah, you gonna try to take it from him? Indeed. Indeed. Let's take a look at this corpse real quick.
I've got you. Don't move. I'll get you down.
So the death we were just looking at, Fredang, was a man hiding in the walk on the edge of the ship. And he was shot accidentally by somebody trying to hit the creature on board. Wrong place, wrong time kind of situation. Indeed. So this was slightly before. Like that guy was not present. This time. Have the boatswain trying to help. Oh yeah. Looks like he was already injured. As he went hiding here. That's cool. That's really cool. I think in this one. Yeah, he gets shot a moment later as another one of those crab things comes around. Sure. Okay, unfortunately don't feel like that helped me that much either. Also need a bathroom break, so I'm gonna go do that. Awesome. Boat ASMR to relax to. I will be back. Climb on this? Here we go. Alright, be right back, everybody. Alrighty, everybody. We have returned. And what I would like to do next is address the chapter of the Doom and determine the unknown fates of these 7 individuals. Who are they? What happened? Where did they go during the events of Chapter 8? So let's start looking for their last sightings. Weird. Memories on the deck map. He spotted in Doom Part 6. Into Doom Part 2. Soldiers of Sea Part 7. Soldiers of Sea Part 8. So his last sighting is the Doom Part 6. Let us go there right now. We're looking for people being knocked overboard, people escaping on boats, anybody who got away from the Obra Dinn. The powder was thrown, and a mighty explosion was created. You can see that the whole ship... Aha, yes. Thrown overboard. Let me get some confirmation. That was indeed the cook, struck dead by the beast's tail. That was indeed the New Guinean topman. And we identified the Persian as well. 3 more fates sealed away in the book. Anybody else depicted in this scene? One of the midshipmen's. Gideon is here. This is this guy. Guns. We identified him as the helmsman, but I'm starting to think that might be Christian Wolf the gunner. Change my answer for this guy. Partially based on what I'm seeing here with all the guns. But also seems like the title that would have a hat. This guy. Oh, that's how the other midshipman died. That's right. You exploded. Powder being thrown. Or would you say he was blown away by a strong wind? Alright, anybody else? Depicted in the scene here? Five others were present. 2 midshipmen, gunner, the officer, and the 2 topmen. Okay. You, where was your last memory? Spotted in Doom Part 1 and Part 7. Go to Doom Part 7 then. When Mappa was destroyed. This guy. Launch. Still here was Enid Volkov. Ends up shot not too long from now. Our gunner man. Who's being thrown a gun. That's kind of cool. Guy is still clinging desperately to the wheel, the midshipman. This is... just died. Of. Our unknown bald friend here. This one was one of the Chinese topmen. Oh. Would you look at that? 3 people flying into the drink that I totally missed last time we were here. Well, I imagine that would answer the fate of quite a few. Who are they? We can tell, even though we can't directly examine them, we can deduce their identity because they are indicated as being here. And Peters is here. In fact, we may be able to see them getting into the boat. If we want to know more about their identity. But again, we can deduce, right? There are 12 people in this scene. Let's count. 1, 2, 3. I didn't see you hiding there. Oh, he's here. Taking a crack shot. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Really, you don't count. Did I miss one? One soul unaccounted for. Got 3 in the air, and let's recount. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people on deck. Where's number 12? Someone is missing. Not counting Maba themselves. 12 others. To the grate. I don't see anybody up on the rigging here. Easily able to see over the deck into the water here, so I can't really see anybody down there. Wise, I can't really see anything down here. And yeah, the corpse on the deck doesn't count as a guy. Individual being here. There is somebody in this scene. Somebody in chat was hinting that they were being very sneaky. I have to admit, I'm at a bit of a loss here. And the door. Be no stairs visible. Yeah, there are elevations to go to. Somebody in the cage that I saw. The goat is in the cage. No person. Weird. I've not checked every tentacle. Let's take a look at them one at a time here, from left to right. One does not seem to be harassing anyone. Those two are flipping the boat with our 3 intrepid drink-goers. 1 tentacle, 2 tentacles actually, tearing Maba in half. 1 partially severed tentacle. 1 tentacle on the ground. So yes, at this point, I would like a hint. Since I know that there is someone here to be found, I could even deduce who they were with enough time. But I know that I'm looking for them, and I know that they're here. I just haven't been able to spot them. So a hint kind of guiding me towards their hiding location would indeed be welcomed here. Hiding in the bench? No. Looking up. Ropes from the ship. Oh! Aha! Not too high. Okay, we found him, I think. Is that the guy? Wasn't that sneaky? But I managed to miss him several times there. So let's recount. We have this unknown top man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so we've got him. So we have the officer. Midshipmen, both midshipmen are here. Presumed gunner. This topman. The bosun. Seaman. Or first or second mate or whatever you are. Chinese topman. And this topman. So, everybody who I didn't just spot, including Nathan Peters, this unknown guy, and this guy, Mr. Tie-Man. He's not here, right? He's not one of our 9. You are, you're not the Tie-Man. Russian guy. Gunner. Nope. And no. Okay. You. Also fell overboard. Okay. So we have the fates of 3 of the missing here. Now we should investigate Abigail's death a little more closely. Her corpse is in the captain's office. Martin. Martin Parrott, the 3rd mate, which makes this guy the 4th mate. John Davies. Good. Oh yeah, she got clubbed by the mast. The Kraken did the thing. That top man. Have our... I'm quite convinced this is the gunner now. He's got so many guns in so many scenes. Ah, and the women are here. Along with this guy. Why they ventured out. They disappeared during the escape. Again, looking for any signs of anybody else. You disappear? Yes. We can see that the tentacle is sneaking around him, and I strongly suspect this guy does not make it very far, so we're gonna say he was drowned by a terrible beast. Is that as I think what happened to him? Based on this brief moment. Likewise, you have your arm wrapped up. He was torn apart by that beast later. Else disappeared during this chapter. Fell overboard, fell overboard, fell overboard. 2. So this is the last we see of you. Sticking your spear into the tentacle. Really? This is your last setting? Doom Part 8. This man was never seen again. So either Chapter 8 contains the details, or he was pulled overboard by the beast here. I'm going to presume that's what happened to him for now. He went overboard somehow. Alright, this guy only appeared briefly. He's also here in this scene. Also his last setting. See if we can spot him. Aha, yes. That would be you! He is definitely caught in the grips of that beast as well. We'll call him Drowned by a Terrible Beast. Because he did not die on board. That we know. We get to personally investigate the deaths of anybody who died aboard the ship. So, if they disappeared, it means their death was not aboard the Obra Dinn. Will not be seen in Chapter 8. Okay, thank you, Feely. So that clarifies that we will not see this man again. This is his last setting. So I assume he met the same fate. Well, I don't know. I guess we should give him credit. Give credit to the beast, but we can mess with that later. Okay, so we have at least the fate of all those who disappeared, and they were all killed. Of course they were. Okay. That means it's time to address these four. The women and where they went. Part 2 and 3. I'm looking at the woman a bit more in that scene. Okay, hold on. Do that. So these are the two passengers. They're observing the wife getting crushed. Is there anything that even resembles identifying information? Let's see what we know about them so far. Emily Jackson and Miss Jane Bird. We do have a wedding ring. That's probably our identifying information. One is not called Miss when they have a husband. That would make you the Miss. One Miss Jane Bird. And that would make you one Emily Jackson. Wonder if we can see that ring finger on the escape scenes. One of them shot somebody, that's right. So we're gonna definitively nail down some of these identities in a moment here. Part 2. Let's escape part 1. First person to die in the escape. Still also torn apart. Oh, that's right. More people were getting mauled. Attacker. Oh, who this attacker is now.
Last one. Move quick.
You'll not take the last push!
Yes, it's the voice of the captain. Or wait, you're not the captain. First mate. And of course, Henry Brennan is here. Why wouldn't he be? Ooh, we can come down here. Oh, we never saw this. Check this out. Yo. It's here. Edmund's talking to fourth mate John Davies. I think who that is. And this midshipman. Interesting little scene here. Recovering from our wounds and mourning the loss. Very interesting. So this is Leonid Volkov. Good, we finally have a name to put to this man's murderer. We've identified the fourth mate correctly. Nathan Peters and his fate. And Paul Moss. Let us take a quick moment to assess if any of the fates we have entered into the book are false. Unknown, shotgun. Unknown. Shotgun unknown. No, good. Oh, love to see it. The ledger remains clear of falsehoods. Ring is also quite clearly visible in this scene, if you want to use that as your identifying information. So we have the surgeon, Henry Evans, who made it away with the two ladies. And this unknown steward. No idea who this guy is. Oh, and here's our captain. You didn't notice him here originally. We hear his voice. Alright, and we want to identify Leonid Volkov's death, too. Here.
Let them go!
So it was the married woman, Emily Jackson, who grabs the rifle and shoots this man. Good friend is here. It's top guy. Also here. And others were present. Okay, that means we can still go down here. Well, well, well. What is this? Look about ready to kill this guy. Midshipman knifed unknown. Was knifed by an unknown attacker, huh? Well. Well now. I don't think that's unknown anymore. We figured out who stabbed him. It was the gunner. At least we think it was the gunner, because we don't know this guy's identity for sure. But we know that this bearded individual did the deed. Just showing him how to fillet a fish, that's right. That's right. And then this guy gets shot by an unknown attacker. We're gonna visit that one next. So he's actually the next to go. We can find his corpse here on the gun deck. Oh, that's right, he got his face blown off.
Captain Cannon. You have a plan?
Yes. Take ship and sail east. Trade wretched fish and shells for gold. Hey, who's there?
Mutiny! Mutiny!
Fresh bastard.
No!
This is fourth mate John Davies. Meanwhile, man who is stabbed by an unknown attacker, leading a suspicious trail of blood to the possible candidates for the stabbing. All right, so you were shot by John Davies, the fourth mate. Cool. Who else was here? 6 others. Let us find them. Henry Brennan and the captain are here, so let's take a peek up above. They're like, what is going on down here? And what is the state of our... We are retrieving the corpse. There is no sign of the lifeboat. It has gone. Okay. And then John Davies gets clubbed by Henry Brennan. And then that guy got knifed by Christian Wolf. This guy finally dies. He took a little while to die. Tell Pete's mother I tried my best to pull him back to save him. Tell her yourself, Brennan. Bring the surgeon's kit. Hey, Brennan. Peter Milroy, the midshipman. So that must mean that this was Thomas Lank, the midshipman. They were friends with one another. Excellent deduction, me. Might have Christian's identity wrong, though. And so these guys escaped. Okay, where's the other one? Okay, we're wrong somewhere. I think it's wrong. Okay, we're very confident in this one. I think we have Christian Wolf's identity wrong. Peter did not fall. Peter was explode. He went kaboom in the big way from the powder being thrown. But it's possible that we're blowing this whole thing out of proportion. Fighting the Gloctopus, that's right. Wolf is Austrian. Could be Olus. Well, potentially. Let's try to guess at the fate of the women. They escaped. Oh, so... Escape. This happened... here. Out at sea. They were far from Canaries, Madeira, and Azores. Where would they have gone to? Africa, Atlantic Island, Azores, Canary, Cape Verde, Middle East, United Kingdom, West Indies. We have to choose where they went, if they're alive. I do think they're alive. Or... we could try to brute force it, it's possible. It's also possible that we need more information. Coolest one to not brute force? Well, then we'll not brute force it. Sure. Don't need more information. We take ship and sail east, trade wretched fish and shells for gold. But that's not... Those aren't the people leaving on the boat, though. That was, this guy, who we think is Christian Wolf, but might be wrong. That was his plan. Not the plan of those aboard the ship. Or the... thingy. Just need to look at the right place. Okay. Can I ask what chapter I'm looking in? Probably this one, I imagine. I can ask what chapter, but will I get an answer? It's not a chapter. What a fascinating answer. Okay. I can work with that. That's all I need for now. Thank you. Not a chapter. Interesting. Alright. Well, my first thought is to check the captain's quarters for this kind of information. I'm very suspicious of this right now. Just trying to figure out how to tell where we are at this current moment. Ship still here? If so, that would put them... We're off the coast of England. Okay, so we're here. Okay, I don't know if that tells me anything then. In the right spot. Interesting. get a clear look at the thingy from here. This is locked. Wife's corpse being on the other side. That is by. Pistol. Wife. Oops. Do that.
Captain, open the door.
Opens the door.
Let's we break it down.
Probably William Hoscott.
You bastards, mate.
The chest. The other thing I'd look at. Chest where the shell once was. It's still my best guess, is that it's related to that somehow. But I ain't got a clue. Outside the box, but I'm looking specifically for the box. Ridiculous. Do I want an additional hint? Yes! At this point I would. Like a little bit of additional hintitude. Perhaps I need to be looking in the book. Who sent me here? Oh. Henry Evans. The surgeon. Wait a minute. Feeling have the in Morocco. so this chapter... Leave the ship and return the book to me, Henry Evans. So Morocco is in Africa. Right? North Africa? Yes. And we identified the midshipman. Okay, and we know that we have misidentified the gunnery man. Cool. Presumably... these two women went with him? Don't know that for sure. What we do know is that we have a couple people wrong now. Christian Wolf. Wrong. Not Christian Wolf. Okay, and that's the only thing we have wrong. Interesting. But we can at least presume they're alive somewhere. Oh, I can't do without specifying. I'm all in for Africa and see if that gets any hits. Have to re-identify the man in the hat. Okay. So there's quite a few more fates I could suss out from here. But I'm about ready to return the book and learn of the remaining chapter. See what else we can piece together. So I think what I'm going to do now is leave the Obra Dinn. See where that leads us. Pat does not like this idea. Ending changes if we leave. Okay. Guess I'll scrap that idea. And try to figure out more identities instead. Highly recommend figuring out every fate I can before leaving. 7, you think? Okay. Okay. Very well. Yeah, let's start looking at the sketch and start tracking individual people. Spotted here. Man fell overboard, but we don't know why, who he was. Spotted in Doom Part 1 and Part 7. Also spotted in Soldiers of the Sea Part 5, 6, 7. Holy Captive Part 3. Let's start here. Unholy Captives Part 3. Something interesting happens if you do a very bad job. Using. This is the guy who was crushed. Hidden achievement for declaring the captain killed everyone himself. Amazing. Okay, so we're looking for the man that I suspect is the accountant. Not you. You. Anything on your personage that might identify you? Doesn't look like it. Soldiers of the Sea Part 5, 6, and 7. Death. We're pretty far in, Carissa. This is a deductive puzzle game where we're on board the decks of the cursed vessel Obra Dinn, attempting to determine the final fates of all 60 of her crew, which must be pieced together from the dying moments of each crew member. Our magic pocket watch allows us to revisit their dying moments and take a look around. For example, this guy got immolated with this giant crab thing while this guy was knifing it. Looking for Mr. Accountant Man. It's Miss Clark. Wait. This guy with his stripy shirt. That's true. Hey, the two-color graphics definitely tone down the gnarly violence that appears. Okay, where is this eye-having individual? It's the carpenter guy. A gun by an unknown attacker. Interesting. It looked like you got spiked to me, my... Oh, right, that's right. He's the wounded guy who crawled away and then got shot. That's right. Okay, but... This guy is supposed to be here, right? Yeah, he's here. Where? We're dead. So sneaky here. Sneaky. Open that. Not on the walk. That's right, the goal is to identify all 60 people and their cause of death, including if they were killed by somebody else, who killed them. Sneaky. Big. Interesting. Once again, we're missing somebody. Where did he go? On the ground being burned here or anything? What? Also in the next scene. Yeah, not in the walk. At a loss here. Also in the next scene.
I've got you. Don't move. I'll get you down.
Guy limping. Also missing here. Count 8 others. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7. Where's Mr. Number 8? Ah. Hiding. So that's where he was in the last scene, too. Here. Like just in a storeroom? He's hiding in the purser's office. Well. Let's seal those in. Okay. He's alive in Africa, and so is Miss Jane. Alright, back to the picture. Let's pick somebody else and try to figure out who they are. You. Interesting. Man was not actually present for the execution. Go back to that execution scene. There's a lot going on there.
Hok Seng Lao, you have been found guilty by self-confession of the murder
we don't get the full
of
shit.
Nuncio Pasquale.
Understands.
Quiet.
As captain of this
It's
ship,
not the ship.
and by the authority of
Okay.
the East India Company.
So he was really only seen once. Guy hanging out the window again. Okay, back to that corpse. That's right, Carissa. Yeah, that's a good description of how this game kind of throws it at you. We're looking for... First mate, third mate, the offices. This could be really good information, too.
On your toes.
Go back there!
Here.
Captain!
Slack the lifts and lower the boats.
Who this guy
The whole
was.
crew will be on us.
Give it up!
Here's the wheel, and this guy is... Hear it. That does make him Finley Dalton, the helmsman. His depiction as being at the helm in this picture, and his proximity to the helm here. He's just been clubbed in the leg. Shows up very, very little. What else do we not know about? Stewards. And many of the lesser crew we have yet to figure out. I don't even know how this guy died. Again. We did not figure out how that guy got his leg torn off. No, we did not. This guy is easy to identify. He's a 1-star. Let's see. For you. It's here. Presumably. Were depicted. Standing next to our mystery man. What else did you show up in? Part 2. Showed up in Unholy Captives, Soldiers of the Sea, and The Doom. Start with his sighting in Unholy Captives, Part 2. Everybody was here? Sound like it's going to give you a lot of information, although there might be a lot of overall information provided here. This one. Let's try... Let's try his next appearance. Showed up a couple times. See part 4 and part 7. Go find him. Oh yeah, these two.
We're no use!
Lots of fighting and death. Oh, that's right, these two lads got decapitated. Tough way to go. 15 others were present. We're looking for this guy. Fancy hat. There's nothing coming up from above, too. Lots of stuff happening. Oh, another sighting of the Persian guy with his scimitar. Much closer look this time. Guy. He's in the armory, handing out guns. That would make me think he's the gunner's mate. He could also be a steward of some kind. But that doesn't explain his clothing. And this is our presumed gunner, who we... This is not Christian Wolf, that's all we know. Be the bosun's mate, too. Charles Minor of France. Depicted right next to one another. See if you're the gunners. A little bit of a brute force, but I gotta know. And then you were stabbed by... Aha! So, that gentleman with the beard has been the gunner's mate. We've identified the helmsman correctly as well. Okay. Any other entries in the book that we know are false now? The negatory. Good. Okay, so that means... I think that means this is the gunner. Christian Wolf. He's even, like, ordering the execution here. Thing fire. Cool. Okay, we'll see if that's correct once we get a few more entries into the book. The Doom Part 4. Not visit this one, but now it's time. Simplest explanation is often the correct one indeed. Sometimes a fancy hat is all you need. One deck below where we need to be. That's right, if you want to ask questions that can't be answered without spoilers, then we do have a channel in the Discord for exactly that. The spoilers channel. So, that's this guy's final moment. Getting blasted by cannon. As the beast grapples. Quite a few people here as well. Quite a few fates have been solved indeed. So where's the other death here? There are 2 people dying in this scene. And I completely missed the second one. Oh. I see why. I think. Right? And being die. Good land. A body there. I think that's the guy that got crushed by a cannon earlier, though. Yeah, this guy. Crushed by a terrible beast. Hiding. Who's this? Am I missing something? Or others were present. Six people here total. King Smurf, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Almost to that full year. Crazy cool explosion. Now, 1. 4 people here. Yes, we have 1 unaccounted for. Not allowed to leave. Interesting. Yeah, the guy hiding under the cannon is not part of this scene. He was already dead. And so he doesn't count. We can open the pocket watch and we can look at this guy's death. He died in part 3. So here's him getting crushed. This is Abraham Akbar. Oh, here we are. So they were right atop one another. Actually, I'm glad I looked, because I think that gave us the information we needed. So he's here, directly behind our gunner. So if we go back to the explosion... Like this hat is flying through the air. That guy goes missing. Exactly where he ends up is unknown, but I think I can label his fate as the same. Shot with a gun. No, not with a gun. With a, shot with a cannon by a terrible beast. I'll assume he suffered the same fate. Oh, it's also possible that he gets pulled overboard. Let's have one more look at the last actual sighting of him. In either case, we'll have to figure out who he was. Yeah, there's a tentacle sneaking through the window. Hard to know for sure, but he dies here. One way or another. Interesting. Memory here. Stewards are all grouped together. Although I suspect this is the third mate's steward. Roderick Anderson. Based on his proximity there. And looks old and Indian. Label him as the ship's steward. Sathi. One of those is wrong. Here's in 3 memories. Part 4. 2. Put him in the lazarette with those things. And that is somewhere we have not yet been. Don't think. Let's have a look at the lazarette. If I'm allowed to. Glimpse in there, but we are not able to enter the lazarette as expected. He was put in there with the beasts. And some guesses. Unknown. Okay. So that tells me quite a bit, actually. I'm not even allowed to try to name his fate. He's neither a death nor a disappearance. And so we can make an assumption that we're going to find him in Chapter 8, I think. Probably means he's one of the unsolved fates, or unsolvable fates. Here, Chapter 8, the bargain. Whatever is it within? In the lazarette. That's my guess. I'm not concerned about changing his name. I want to change his fate. Which I can't do. Like here, I was knifed, right? Didn't say anything. Oh, same thing here, though. But he also does not die. Go missing. Soul. One of the fans? He's not a topman, I don't think. Although he could be, actually. No idea. X. Seamen and the topmen's. I think he's one of the top men. Unknown steward. I'd have to solve the mystery of who that crewman is. Like, I have no idea how to tell these top men apart from one another. We've got 4 of the same ethnicity, and nothing along the way that would seem to discern their names from each other. Leaves me a little bit stumped as to how to even approach the problem. We identified the Russians by their association. A very good hint? Yes, I would like a very good hint. Spartan parrot. Hammocks. Hamhocks? Hamhocks. Store. Shipmen have their crew here. Second mate. So we sleep over the guns. Aha! You guys see what I see? Numbered tags corresponding to their entry in the ledger. Brilliant. Okay, that should allow us to determine a lot. Oh, there's so many of them. Okay, so that's more identifying information for these guys. They're kind of in groups of 4 almost, even. The 3 Russians. 7. and 46. Russia. Okay, so I need more scenes on the gun deck. Basically. Okay. Let's see. Let's take a look at Bitter Cold Part 3. The hammocks are not here now. to go into memories to look at them.
Take him to the cockpit. Big rat.
Heads here. One swing. Get through the skull in stone or brain. I'll cut her throat when you've done it. Here?
Oh, this is the Orlov deck. What the heck? Get on the wrong deck. This is where it slept. Gun deck. Key. What? Oh, because this is on the gun deck, but not on the gun deck? It's annoying.
What's your foot in?
Yeah, what's this?
No hammocks here.
See, and I can fries a solid meal, boys.
Somehow. Take it slow.
What's it, gentlemen?
Okay, let's try a different approach. Here on Holy Captives Part 2. Mostly found up top. He's visible in Doom Part 2. Check that out. Ah. And people bleeping. 43 and 44. Are Baba and Lewis Walker. English top man was here. One, presumably 42. No. We know who 42 is. But 41 would be you. Really. Good. Lee identified. We have correctly identified the gunner. And the third mate steward. Walker. Five. Volkov. 6. Brennan. X? What do you mean X? Maybe the carpenter? Could be a Roman numeral. That's interesting. X. Okay. Let us back to the photo here. Let's see if we can find other Chinese topmen. Captives Part 2. Bring the Lightning Strike. Bitter Cold Part 1. Only 3. Supposed to be in 4 memories. Part 4. Captives, Soldiers of the Sea, Part 1. Okay, and so he died in Part 4. So I guess let's go back to Bitter Cold Part 1. Oh, hold on. One of the other Chinese topmen. Part 1 and Part 2. Part 1. Being pointed back to a Bitter Cold Part 1, but everybody's asleep and unidentifiable in their bunks. I can see why now you can't identify. Up deck. Wood deck. So this memory again, where everybody's in their bunks. Doesn't feel like it helps me that much. The way they're covered up. Can't identify who's who here. Identify those tags. You know, 37 and 42 are here. Ah! Well, there's something I can use to identify. Somebody with a tattoo of a lady on his arm, number 37. Let's start there. Number 37 would be Timothy Butament, one of the top men. Scotland. So now I have to find a topman with a lady tattoo on arm. else we can get definitively identified here. Chinese guys, 38 through 41. These are they. And number 59 bunks with them. Surely. $55. Again, no really identifying information. Well, this running and forth is going to get tedious really fast. So I think I'd like some hints as to how to proceed here. Sure, I see these numbers, but I'm not being given enough to go on here. What we can do is find this guy, I guess, while we're at it. That's only one of many crew members I still need to identify. See if we can figure out this guy. Aboard with the Doom. People never change or remove their shoes. I can't visually distinguish between all these shoes. They all look the same to me. If shoes is an identifying factor, it's going to be useless to me. 100%. Maybe if the graphics weren't black and white, but these all look identical to me. Those aren't even shoes. Those are just feet-shaped objects. Alright, do we have the Chinese top men and their cause of death identified at least? Decapitated by beast. Executed. One, two, three. We're missing one. One. And on top and electrocuted. Topman decapitated. Are you? Or you? Can't tell. Fine. Put in some names. Themes. Like memorize the combinations I'm using. Oh, we got there. Little bit of the old brute forcing. I'm okay with that for these guys. Okay. They are named. Can only be determined based on their shoes? Yeah, I'm never gonna do that. I'll take the brute forcing every day of the week, but what I am gonna do is identify the Scottish topman. Where's that corpse? Yep. RQ09, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the 5 months. Okay, I don't see Tattoos Man here. I would also really like to know who this guy is. Own soul. Okay. gun deck. Other end. Not figured out who this guy was yet. There it is. Yep. That tattoo. Let's see. He was 46. No, Timothy Butiment, the Scottish topman. 37. Shot with a gun by Edward Nichols, the second mate. Cool. Figured him out. So how many top men yet remain unidentified? Just one. Lewis Walker, number 44. English topman. No clue what happened to him. We don't know if that's actually the ship's steward. In fact, it seems unlikely. We had him in earlier, right? Charles Minor, maybe? Be the remaining topman. Yes. And this guy is a seaman. Unknown nature, 50 through 59, also relatively difficult ones to identify. Let's see, what else do you appear in? Only one star. So he's the guy who had his leg ripped off. Also in part 3, part 2, part 1. Otherwise seen on the murder scene. He's supposed to be easy to identify?
Lock the lifts and lower the boats! The whole crew will be on us!
Give it up!
So we're going... see part 1. Hell. Unholy Captives Part 1. Right. Hey, Chicken Man Phil, I'm going to try to finish Obra Dinn today. And then end stream early. Is the plan.
What the hell is going on? What do you know about these things? About the chest and your dead friends?
这是什么？回来，全部供出来！是变态啦！你哋係你一級啲人冇過，想得本事啊！你我嘅老婆
Shell? What shell?
It's here somewhere. "15 other people here?" Oh, here he is. Over onto the boat. Does not tell me a damn thing. Well, I think I'm going to take another quick bathroom break, so I will be right back. When I return, we'll see if we can't identify this lad. Be right back, everybody. Alright, I'm back. I've been thinking. There was a name mentioned in the scene with this guy dying. First here. John. For seaman named John. Yes, John Naples. So that's probably John Naples, would be my guess. Okay, who else can we go after? What I'd really like to identify is the lad in the shirt. Only a few unidentified seamans left. Madao Diam from Sierra Leone, and 2 English guys. Known steward. Probably the 4th mate's steward, right? Based on his proximity to John Davies. Davy James and John Davies. Quite a pairing, those two. Makes you Samuel Galligan. I have that guy right, which is not correct. Seaman. Or unknown guy. Not correct. We got some details wrong now. Some names. Good guess. By Timothy. And that was indeed Davy James. Alright, and that gives us information on who's left. We're starting to get down to the point where process of elimination is going to guide the remaining revelations for us. So, that those 3 were confirmed tells us that everybody else is wrong. So, I have incorrectly identified this guy. And this is not Lewis Walker. Call him on for a minute. This is Walker. Here. John Naples was probably not torn apart by a terrible beast. I think we got the name right, though. Sierra Leone is West Africa. Got it. Okay, so he'll probably be dark of skin. I think we saw one such individual on board. Not? Doesn't have to be, of course. I could have sworn I spotted somebody matching that description at some point. Perhaps not. Person I have labeled as unknown topman. That's correct. Wish you could see all the ones I haven't locked in here. Highlighted in some fashion. Oh, I've lost the plot entirely. So if there's an unknown topman, that'll be Lewis Walker. Through here. You're not Zung Sathi. Because we have the person who killed you pretty well down. Who shot that guy yet? I got hit by a cannon. I think. Unknown. Fell overboard to his death. George Shirley, maybe? I have no idea. Moss. Oh, Moss. He was not shot at all. He was stabbed by Leonid Volkov, the topman. Old Galligan. No, this guy was shot by this man, I believe, whose name we do not know at the moment. He's in also Soldiers of the Sea Part 7. Yeah. He was the one with the gun. So I need to know his name. Let's try to name him as George Shirley. See if that lines up with this. Unless I only have... I got nothing. Clear those false entries. Kind of Stewart. A Frenchman. Alright, let's see if I can figure out somewhere to start again. This was the first guy. We don't know who he is. He gets knifed by Itbeng Sia. No clue who he is. John Naples was not torn apart, no, but I don't know what he was. So I can't change it to something better. I guess we can change it to nothing. At an unknown fate. All we know is that he was bleeding out. And there's a sword on the ground near him. We can maybe imply that he was sorted by... what's his face? The Captain's Steward? Radovar, you fools, is Swedish. That is helpful information. Philip Dahl, yes. That's what the Captain Steward said, and we already know that. Philip Dahl is the Captain Steward, and his fate is unknown. This man. Down. That's right. This guy. Lewis Walker. Must be who you are. As that's the only unassigned topman, I believe, right? Yes. So this must be Lewis Walker. Dying at the end. Let's just take some guesses here. Cool. Now, Lewis Walker correctly identified. Our Sierra Leonean friend, George Shirley. Surely you can't be serious. Okay, that leaves only a few names left. Martin Perrock, the third mate. Charles Minor, the bosun's mate. We have yet to figure out who he even is. Steward. Samuel Galligan, the second mate's steward. So, Unsealed Fates 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're down to the final 3. Katutsa! What is a pirate's favorite letter of the alphabet? You'd think it'd be R, but his true love will always be the C. Stewards in Chapter 4. Alright, thank you. Go that way. Therefore, the calling. And Nichols. Oh, the Russians was here. See anything? Hagen, you still breathing? Can you row? Yeah, I can figure that out. You. Hey, Sophie. Doing well.
Oh, hey, you still breathing? Can you roll? Nichols, sir, shoot them for God's sake!
For God's sake! Alright, that accent, so we know that's this guy speaking. Sir. Shoot them for God's sake. Okay, that's gotta be Samuel Galligan. the second mate's steward. There's no way. That guy's not Irish, if he speaks like that. Just make sure we had this correct. It beng sia. Yes, it beng. Okay. There's only one steward remaining. Must be Zungi Sathi? And this must be Charles Minor. 2 more fates. Interesting. So the final validations come in sets of 2, I suppose. And now that we know Charles Minor, we know who killed... what's his face? Must be the ship's steward. Killed by Charles Minor. Don't know what happened to you. Don't know what happened to you. John. Got a couple guesses. Killed with a sword by the captain's steward. Sword on the ground. And why he's being taken away. Okay. That is all of the fates that we could currently solve. There is nothing left to do on the Obra Dinn. But there are things left to do off the Obra Dinn. The Greasy, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the 2 months.
We should go. Storm's nearly about, so we won't be coming back.
Chance to change your mind, I guess.
Finally. Sit down so you don't fall out.
One week later. Insurance assessment for the good ship Obra Dinn, victim of calamitous offense at sea, prepared by the Company Office of Investigation. Ship damaged in an Atlantic squall, sunk in the storm. Payout claimed £20,000. All cargo lost. Payout claimed £5,000 for the company and £3,000 for the crown. Captain's fate: suicide by gun. Criminal findings: 4 murdered crewmates. His estate forfeited to the crown. Of the first mate, William Hoskett. Attempted mutiny. Estate fined £25. Amazing. Edward Nichols, the second mate. Murder of crewmate 2. Attempted mutiny. Theft of cargo. Estate fined £100. Of the third mate, fate unknown. Findings of merit: extraordinary valor, exceptional performance of duties. Estate awarded outstanding wages and rewarded £90 pounds. John Davies, the fourth mate, clubbed Mr. Brennan. 1 murdered crewmate. Estate fined £15. Of the bosun, torn apart by a beast. Exceptional performance of duties, awarded £70. The bosun's mate fell overboard. Expense claimed £15. Surgeon Henry Evans alive. Findings of demerit. Abandonment of crew and vessel. Awarded outstanding wages of £50. Surgeon's mate. Extraordinary valor. Given £50. Extraordinary valor for the carpenter. Awarded £60. State unknown. Outstanding wages donated to the pension fund for the carpenter's mate. Cook awarded £40 for outstanding wages. Butcher did exceptional performance of the gunner. Exceptional performance of duty, claimed £70. Fined £50 for the gunner's mate. Claims made for Abigail. Fined Miss Jane Bird and Emily Jackson for abandonment. Bingsia fined £25 for murder. Oh, we really did go through all these one at a time. Almost. Exceptional performance of duties! Anybody else get anything interesting here? All these single-digit sums. Double-digit sums. Exceptional performance on the topman. Extraordinary valor. Exceptional performance. Extraordinary valor. Not Li Hong. Topman did a good job. A lot of awards for outstanding wages. Nothing really interesting here. An preliminary draft of this assessment has been approved by the Royal Trade Guarantor. A total claim £29,000, 285. On behalf of the Honourable East India Company, I certify all statements as accurate and declare this matter closed in its entirety. What remains in our possession? The book returns to its original owner, Henry Evans, in Morocco, as requested. Stamp and send it. One year later. Having a cup of tea in the dark, like you do. Hello?
Oh, goodness. What a nice thing. You know, you should be out in it then. Right, well, get yourself home.
Fighting somebody else inside.
Can you believe it? A package at this hour. Oh, the thing smells just dreadful. Better you don't open it inside. I'll be turning in now. Tea's in the kitchen if you need more.
Chief Inspector, I write to you with the unfortunate news that Dr. Evans has passed away. He succumbed to his illness shortly after receiving your passage. He was very pleased with your correspondence and asked that his gratitude be expressed by returning the book to you, along with the means to complete it. As for the three of us that remain, the Obra Dinn is a distant memory and a dreadful chapter in our lives that we wish to forget. Do not write back. Regards, Jane Bird. What is this? Well, that looks super cursed. Tale belongs to you now. Please finish it.
There you are. Collect your things.
Where's the key?
To that door. Gone.
Damn.
There's no time. We need to go.
Right.
What are you up to?
Nothing good.
Oh, we shot the monkey! So here's our missing Martin Parrott, as well as Philip Dahl and the chest. I'm not sure why we shot the monkey. But we can see this. Makes sense. The monkey's paw. A friendly but not entirely pleasant monkey companion was sacrificed in the pursuit of knowledge. Now we have corpses to chain off of here. 2. You first.
A third shell. Captain didn't toss them all. Leave it. Help me lift this. Stop! Why? Well, set you free. Give it the shell. Here. Do it. Hoist it out. To the main deck. Throw it over. Lock the door when you leave. Get the tail, boy. In return, the ship. The Obra Dinn.
Moss. Davy James. Retrieved a shell in one of these mermaid-type creatures. Got it. Their arms right now. Interesting. He was the second to die. Spiked. Terrible beast. Ah. Last moments of one of these. Captain. You had the shell at the time. Captured beast fought against his jailer and was speared for the trouble. Part 3, there's still 2 more corpses. Another one.
Call it off, damn you! This is your Kraken! You brought it here! Send it back!
Unholy creature's defiant shrieks were greeted with a fatal bullet. For the final corpse. Yours.
This? Quicksilver. Herre min Gud.
Oh, he made the mistake of opening this. Like the Formosan. So he ended up burned to death. Ark of the Covenant style. Nasty stuff. Very nasty stuff. So nobody got... I just want to look through the death list here and note some of the entries that happened to no one. No one was axed in this entire game. No one was alive anywhere other than Africa. I think Claude was an acceptable answer for something. Nobody was crushed by stones. Nobody was eaten. Nobody died of old age. Nobody fell down the stairs. Or even from the rigging, although that might have been a valid answer too. No one froze to death. No one was poisoned. No one was shot with an arrow. No one was struck by hooves or wing, only by tail. And no one committed suicide by knife, noose, or spear. Okay, falling downstairs was a valid answer for 1 or 2. That's cool. I think one of the guys who got crushed by cargo, probably a valid answer. And some deaths also accept eaten as correct. Cool. Let's say he was burned. Oh, and Henry Interesting, you can say that he died of old age. Interesting. All fates complete. We have the story. Now there is only a door. GG. The end. Oh, GG. A delightfully intriguing puzzle game. I don't think I've ever played anything quite like this. I'm not sure anything else exists quite like this. But I'd call this a delightful romp and mystery. At the very minimum, the first half of this game is super enjoyable. A very distinct art style, which I did find a bit of a detriment, but I think it works pretty well. And the different graphics options help deal with eye strain. I did like this a lot more than what we were using yesterday. Obviously an incredible and very memorable soundtrack that I like quite a bit. And I also like all the different approaches that you can use to determine the fates of the various men aboard the Obra Dinn. Although I think there's a couple details, like for example the Chinese top men, that are more annoying than they need to be to figure out, but that's okay. That's okay. And for those who care to really, really dive into the deep details, this game will reward you for doing so. Totally unique, totally quirky. So happy that I got to play this totally unspoiled for myself. Because as many have said, this is not something that you can experience again and have it be anything like the first. Martin Parrott let the last siren free and asked her in exchange to bring the ship home. So the shimmering glow on the side of the ship offshore from the beginning is the last of the sirens that brought back the Obra Dinn. Pretty cool. Makes sense. That's right, Henry Evans tied his pet monkey to a rope and shot it in that room, pulling back the paw and the rope so that we could witness the moment of that monkey's death in order to get the remaining details about what happened. No explanation about what this pocket watch is or where it came from or why it lets us see the deaths of people, though, right? That's just kind of like hand-waved? GG. G. Such a cool experience. Nice little quick one, too. Not on my watch. That's right. Yeah, standard. It is again a standard issue insurance assessor piece of technology. Just, you know, we all have one. You can see the case for the watch under the surgeon's bed. So he's had this watch. That's so cool. That was so cool. GG, everybody. So happy to wrap this one up nicely with a bow on top. Call it a day. I've got a thing at 7:30 that I'm doing. That's a couple hours from now. Not really enough time to play any Spire or anything. So I think I will call it an early broadcast for today. Had a long-ass one yesterday anyway. As a reminder, there won't be a Sunday stream this week. Taking another 3-day weekend here. So we'll be back on Monday to resume our usual broadcasts. Bit of an oversimplification to give it a simple numerical score, Shaw, but I'd say probably either a 7 or an 8. It's a absolute gem of a game with a few flaws that, depending on one's personal preferences, those will be either bigger obstacles or smaller obstacles. For some, just the way this game looks would make it impossible to play. And I considered it somewhat of a downside, personally. The style of gameplay is not always, not for everybody either, of course. But those would be my biggest, if I was to make any complaints or point out flaws with the game, I'd say that the deliberately retro visuals can be a bit of a turnoff, and that some of the logic steps you need to figure out all the fates are a bit tedious at times. But I'm talking about a game made by one person, so like, I think I can extend some forgiveness when it comes to that. It's that this was created by one guy is crazy. Programming, design, art, sound, and music. Lucas Pope, and then just a bunch of special thanks. That's the credits. Ridiculous. That's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous. And would indeed, yes, without the two-color palette, this would be a very gruesome game indeed. That's super cool. Super, super cool. Thanks for joining me for this one, everybody. Not often that I burn through a game as quickly as this. Been an exciting jaunt through. I look forward to whatever ends up on the top of the game vote next month. If you haven't already, by the way, consider joining the ! Discord.